Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in, everybody. Hope y'all had a good day today. Lou Dog, how are ya? Stacy, welcome in. Welcome in, Dorothy. Welcome in, Emma. Lou Dog, how are ya? All right, everybody. Let's get it. I got a good feeling about tonight's reading. It's kind of feeling good. You're feeling like it's some good energy. There we go. So I figure I'll do a story time read with the Citadel deck and the animal song. I'm gonna start off with the um, I'm gonna start off with the angel activations first. Welcome in, Maureen. Welcome in, everybody. Again, I hope you all had a good day today. Benjamin. I ended up making a macaroni and tuna salad that I put bacon and onions and peppers and garlic and oh, it turned out amazing. It was yummy. Now it's just chilling in the fridge. Yeah, when I make food, I go all out. I make some good food, I think. The roomie even enjoyed it. So I've been talking about something to the roomie about maybe having the roomie on as a special guest. Because we get into some conversations sometimes, and our conversations get rather insightful. All right? Because they are spiritually yoked the same, they're definitely a medium. So we're going to be getting in onto some sort of topics. Um, quite possibly up. So that should be an interesting jam. So that's going up in time. There's definitely going to be some special guests kind of situations. It's going to be a blackout episode. So it's going to be more or less a blackout episode and have it to where it's just talking. There's not going to be any video. There's not going to be any whatever video kind of thing, but we're going to sit and talk about certain topics. I'm thinking I may be putting in a vortex episode with special guest kind of situation. So that should be coming up in maybe the next couple months or the next couple weeks, depending on what we come up with. Yeah. So I'm sure that'll be kind of fun. Just sit here and have a quick smoke. Make sure everybody gets their coffee and their tea and all that stuff, and make sure you're all situated and getting yourself comfy. We're going to do a 4x6 story time read tonight. 4 rows of 6. So this might be probably a 2-hour live, give or take. So get yourself comfy. Not too sure about what the storyline is going to be for. Like, I usually don't. It usually comes out in the cards. But I'm here sitting here shuffling out the Citadel deck. And the Scholar come out upside down. And a Warrior right side up. And I don't know. The feeling I'm getting off these two cards is kind of wild. It's almost as if they didn't do their research and they just went on lies. They went on gossip and they had some sort of an investigation started over somebody in the collective. And it was a false pretense investigation. They ended up wasting their time. I'm not too sure about the lies. I might want to look into that before we start this story time. This very well could be the energy of the evening of the reading. But it's almost kind of giving me the vibes that somebody had some sort of an investigation opened regarding somebody in the collective, and it was all based on, and because it's a report, they have to look into it. But as you know, if there's a report being looked into on a particular individual, all individuals are looking to try to get the backstory as to why. And somebody was lying on the collective, right? They didn't do their research, which basically tells me that they didn't base this investigation on anything credible. And so the people that created, who instigated, they're being investigated now. and it's coming that it's blowing up in their face. Because all they found about the collective is that they're a warrior. Now, collective, you could have been speaking up. You could have been speaking out about particular situations that have happened to you, which was all true. But somebody was fabricating a storyline to discredit you, discredit what you were speaking on, trying to make you out to be a liar so that way they wouldn't get penalized. And Spirit's saying also that they are getting penalized for not only wasting the investigator's time, but the investigator found something on them instead, because they were ultimately trying to hide what was actually going on. And collective, you're being sought as a credible. These people that were trying to instigate this investigation were trying to vote. And it's also coming to light. So, yeah. I'm not sure where, like, depends on the area, depends on where you're from, but I'm pretty sure that if somebody's going to go and open up an investigation on somebody, it needs to be truth. If you end up lying to the authorities about a particular situation, and, you know, you come out and speaking lies on somebody, and they find out that you're not only wasting their time, but you're trying to ruin somebody's life by lying on them and bringing an investigation onto them through deception, I'm pretty sure that's jail time. It's either jail time or there could very well be defamation charges. So there could be an authority figure coming forward to speak to you on this soon. Interesting how the truth comes out. Here's a little bit of stuff for you. Let's get it. Let's get the deets. I'm curious. I've got full body goosebumps. So Spirit's already with us tonight. I heard earlier. I just finished doing a reading for the roomie. So we're going to look into it. Great Spirit, thank you so much for being here. Please protect me during this live. Not only myself, but my tribe. Please let all evil will and ill will be sent back to sender automatically, unapologetically. Anybody that's relentlessly trying to come at the collective or myself, specifically on the relentlessness, because they're obsessed, let them be bound from doing harm. Harm against other people and harm against themselves. And let anything that they choose out be automatically sent back to sender unapologetically. By divine justice, by divine intervention, and by divine vengeance, I surrender it to you, divine. I trust in you. I trust in your protection. I trust in your guidance. As above, so below. As within, so without. And so it is. I also like to say thank you very much for the blessings for my tribe. The super thanks, super chats, super stickers, the readings, the tips, the PayPal donations, it all does not go unnoticed, and it is definitely helping me. And if you do have it in you and you do want to support me and my channel, I'm still working on my phone. I did get some food, so I should be able to last out until my next installment from YouTube. We're moving on up in the revenue, so I'm very, very thankful, grateful for the support that I've been receiving. It does not go unnoticed, and it is very appreciated. So we're going to get a couple angel activation cards to start off the evening, just to kind of bring in the angels and their messages. And then we're going to start the reading. There will be no personal readings this evening. I am to check out the description box if you're new here. If you'd like a personal reading, head on over to Hipsy. The link is in the description. I'm looking forward to it, Lou. Alright, angels, what do you got for the overall message and the energy for this evening? You got Archangel Gabriel, Archangel Jophiel, the Miriam, Archangel Ariel, and Charity coming out in the mix tonight. Archangel Gabriel, heal the child within. There are parts of yourself that you had to abandon in your early years in order to survive. But now it's essential to reclaim all those parts in order to thrive. The child within you requires some tender, loving care at this time. So let them come to the surface and express all the needs to be shared. Hold them with compassion and give them radical healing, understanding, and love. Your activation for this: I let healing and light reach all parts. Archangel Jophiel, weed your thoughts. Your mind is like a garden, a space that requires time and attention. So take the time to weed out the thoughts and feelings you know that are spoiling the beauty. Release from your mental space the reoccurring stories that you tell yourself, especially those that are hooked into the energy of fear. Instead, think about what you desire, remember what lights you up, and enjoy the blessing in your life. Let flowers bloom from your loving thoughts. Your activation: my thoughts are seeds that blossom. The Miriam, healing the heart. This is a sacred time of healing. In order for you to feel whole once more, it's essential for you to recall the lost parts of yourself. Call back all aspects of yourself. all the gifts and talents that you have been forced to hide or repress. By unleashing tender aspects of your deeper self, you allow your heart to rebuild and strengthen. Your activation for this card. I reclaim myself and my story. I am ready for wholeness. Archangel Ariel, embrace calling. The divine is recruiting you. All that you have faced and healed in your life is part of your mission and directly aligned to how you can live a life that is filled with purpose. Lean into your personal story and your own testimony of healing, for sharing this deeper part of yourself and of your life will allow you to realize your gifts. Your activation. Thank you, Ariel, for guiding my sacred mission to heal and be healed. Charity. Bring peace where you can. This is a time of reconciliation. If you're holding a grudge, it is time to let it go. The only person who will suffer from this restriction is you. Whoever's invoking the Sandman to come alive, fuck off. You are rebuked. You are banished. Sandman, cut it out. Let's make an appointment for, let's say, 2 a.m. Thanks. It's time to bring your heart to the present moment. It's time to show up wholly and fully with love. You deserve the freedom that forgiveness and understanding will bring you. Your activation. I'm ready to understand, forgive. And if YouTube could be so kind as to unthrottle my channel, it'd be greatly appreciated. Are we seriously down to 4 people? Welcome in, Stacy. YouTube, you best cut it out. I know I have more people watching me than 5 people. I'm trying to be loyal to you, YouTube, but if you do this, you're gonna leave me with no other choice but to go somewhere else to a different program and platform. Keep it up. I'm going to start the story time read. Hopefully it's a good message tonight. Your messages aren't going through. Welcome in, Sage. Casey. I hope so too, Sage, because this is stupid. YouTube, get it together. I should have over 1,000 people watching me right now. Considering I have 11,000 subs plus. Stop throttling my channel. This is how I make my money. It is literally against the law to sabotage someone's work. So, get it together. I'm done playing these stupid ass games. I don't control the messages that come out of my life. Okay? I wish it was the case, because you know what? They'd be a heck of a lot more positive messages. But clearly the divine needs me to speak on stuff. And if you're going to turn around and be this way, then I don't know what. So I just opened it up, so it should allow more messages in. I'm going to have one more cigarette before I set up. Just to kind of allow people to get their notifications and hopefully get in. I did open up the chat, so all messages are being received tonight. Welcome in, James. Welcome in, Sage. Welcome in, Stacy. Welcome in, M. Welcome in, Big Irish. Big Irish. This is my family. This is my tribe, right here on YouTube. And yes, I feel to have you all aboard this absolute dumpster fire of a world that we're dealing with. Hey, Marine. Did you get kicked out? Just give me a minute, guys. I'm gonna go see if my roommate's on or not. And see it from their perspective back. Okay, cool. Alright, now we got 18 in the chat. That's a little better. $16 in the chat. I'm just trying to take my time, guys. Thank you so much for your patience. I just want to make sure everybody's in, everybody's comfortable, everybody's got tea and coffee and whatever else. Alright, let's see about getting this started. I'm going to cleanse these cards because I just have a feeling The first couple cards that come out were rather saboteurish. So maybe I do this in my boxers. Maybe then I'll get more people. Maybe I'll start doing a sleeping cam and let you guys watch me sleep. Maybe I'll wear my thong for that. By the way, I'm kidding. Spirit, please from any bad mojo. Keep them protected. Marie, welcome in, Marie. Welcome in, Ma. Bonjour. So I do welcome super chats or super stickers if tonight's reading is resonating with you. It's all greatly appreciated. But personal readings and messages are not happening tonight. It's just collective tonight. Alright, Garrett, what's the deal? What's the scoop? What's the message? Let's see what we got going on. Welcome in, Sandra. What's the first level of the spread of the story timing? We got the Ace of Pentacles, and we got the Ace of Acorns. So the Ace of Wands. Alright. Starting off strong. We got the Nine of Crystals in reverse, the Awakening, and the King of Shells in reverse. I spoke too soon. And Two of Acorns. The Ace of Feathers on the bottom of the deck, and we got Justice in reverse on the top. So this is kind of coinciding to the reading that the two cards are the Citadel deck about that investigation coming out. It's really kind of giving that vibe. Something about an offer, some sort of manifestation, some sort of prosperity, and also a new beginning. regarding and inspiration, creativity, confidence. And with the Nine of Crystals in the reverse, this is like somebody's trying to siphon off of that new beginning. Creating some sort of lies and deception regarding the awakening card. The upright, it represents enlightenment and renewal. And then there's the King of Shells here in the reverse. So this is like emotional manipulation. In the upright, it represents integrity and harmony. And then we have the Two of Acorns in reverse, which in the upright, it's Two of Wands. It represents insight and focus. It's about moving forward. It's about a partnership. It's about, moving forward, moving through the crossroads into a new direction. But it's almost as if this King of Cups is trying to prevent that. So there's a one out here. Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio, that was trying to thwart this whole new beginning. All right, Spirit, let's get to it. What's the Ace of Crystals? So we got the Witch, experimentation and rebellion. The Acolyte, new projects and learning in reverse. And the Hunter, sure-footedness and predestination. So what I'm getting from this collective is that you're very sure of yourself, and somebody didn't want you having any new projects. Somebody was trying to stall you, and they were using magic, and they were experimenting to see maybe what you were capable of, or what the situation in this Ace of Crystals, your ability to manifest. Maybe you were experimenting with the ability to manifest. But I'm really picking up on this King of Shells, this Cancer Scorpio energy. They recognize that you were trying to manifest some sort of prosperity and a new beginning, and they're trying to thwart it. They very well could be using emotional manipulation to bring about. Anything else about the Ace of Crystals? Yeah. They were trying to puppeteer you, but it's. They're very, very determined at making you a sacrifice. All because you're a new beginning for yourself. And I'm really picking up on the fact that you might have been walking away from this individual. You very well could have been their muse. You could have been generous with them. But I'm really picking up on you walking away and you cutting yourself off from this individual because of their emotional manipulation. And I think they took it personal. And honestly, I think this is what was about. They maybe have put out a false report on you to get you. With this hunter card, I'm really kind of picking up on a stalking energy. They didn't want you to have faith. They didn't want you to persevere with the priest here in the reverse. They're trying to puppeteer you and make you into a sacrifice. We got the warrior on the bottom of the deck again. They wanted you burnt out. So they've been trying to thwart your manifestation. You're going to be getting news soon. Somebody sees your ambition, sees your due diligence or diligence. They weren't anticipating the fact that they were going to get karma back. They were holding secrets to run away from their problems. And apparently they didn't want you walking away from them either, is what I'm picking up on. So they tried to ruin you because you cut off communication with these people. Anyway, what's the ace of acorns? What's the ace of wands? So, it's bad enough that they wanted to end everything for you. They wanted to end out this manifestation. But they ended up going ahead and calling to join them because they couldn't deal with you themselves. They're too weak of an individual in order to puppeteer you, so they band together with other people to come against you. Tried to stop you, but you kept moving forward anyway. Like a train, full steam ahead is what Spirit's saying. You continued to self-express your strength. They didn't really understand the knowledge that you had. And I'm really feeling that they got taken back in kind of their mind with how inspirational you are. Because they didn't want you to be inspirational, they want you to have any gratitude, they wanted you to feel guilty, they wanted you to feel like everything was falling apart. They didn't want you to have any self-worth. They wanted you to distrust everyone. Within this new beginning, they wanted this new beginning to be pointless. They wanted you to be constant in this cloud of having to make difficult decisions They didn't want you receiving your inheritance or any type of guidance or any type of uh, any type of blessings. They wanted you to be in a lack of direction. They wanted you to miss out on opportunities and to be forgotten. They wanted you to have failure. But ultimately, you persevered. They're trying to make you look selfish out here. They wanted, and with this kind of crystals, they were siphoning off of you to keep you from your abundance. They didn't want you to have any for anyone. They're trying to, it's like they're trying to throw rocks and hide their hands, causing you. They wanted you facing some sort of disorder. They didn't want you to be creative or productive. But you're getting news. Somebody wants to collaborate with you now because you inspire them. I have a feeling they're trying to reach out to you, however, they're blocked. So they could be coming at you with false accounts, looking at you with false accounts, or trying to. They're definitely spying on you, trying to wreak havoc and chaos, because you want nothing to do with this energy. It's what I'm picking up on. What's the awakening in reverse? Yeah, they don't want you sharing your viewpoints. Because you might be speaking on certain things that they've done in the past, and they don't like that. They don't like the fact that you're outing them. They don't want you to be discovered. They want you to. They're trying to take control of you. Again, the puppeteers out here. They don't want to take accountability for trying to puppeteer you. They don't want to apologize. They don't feel that they need to apologize. If anything, they're expecting you to apologize to them for speaking the truth. So it ended up on a comment section in one of YouTube's shorts that you watched earlier today. But you came to the live from a notification that you received on your phone. You know what? That happened to me the other day. I messaged somebody on their live and it showed on one of my lives. In the comment section. So you're not alone with that. That's for sure. Yeah, the more and more it's happening, I think I'm gonna migrate to another platform because this is dumb. Hopefully, you guys follow me whenever I make up my mind. I haven't made up my mind yet. What's the King of Shells? Yep. The King of Shells is the one that's trying to puppeteer. But they're having to take responsibility for what they've done. They've been spying on you. You don't trust this person. So they've been spying on you to find out what you're working on, what you're focusing on, to try to bring some sort of loss. They don't like the fact that you bet on yourself and the fact that you're winning. They'd rather you have more loss by you taking these risks. But you have some new opportunities coming in. You're definitely growing, regardless what this king is trying to do. They're very stubborn. They're very inflexible. Definitely a miser. Everything is about divine timing. You need to evaluate your opportunities and your possibilities and kind of work with it. I'm really not liking this Citadel deck. Like, I like the deck, don't get me wrong, but it's, I don't know, it's not working with me tonight. I don't feel anyway. Two of Acorns, what's this? Yeah, so this King of Cups in the reverse, find a way to thwart you and to keep you from focusing. They're trying to get you distracted. They're looking into ways as to how they can wreak more chaos and havoc. Quite possibly within your relationships. Leave you vulnerable for more attacks and more sabotage. But you're divinely protected. They basically want you to regret moving forward. They want you having a lot of loss. And the reason why they're spying on you is to find out and discover what you're working on and where you're going or what you're doing to thwart that too. They're trying to create as much chaos in your life as they can. And if they have to emotionally manipulate people into believing lies and deception, that's what they're doing. And I don't even think they actually investigated. And if it's not by the authorities, it's by the divine. I don't want to leave. I want to stay here on YouTube. I put a lot of time and effort into YouTube. Right? I put a lot of loyalty into YouTube. And at one point, YouTube was really, really good to me. And all because of these dumbass pieces of shit that are trying to throw me off and shut me down and shadow ban my channel and all that. They're making it pointless. Even though I know I make a huge impact on this channel. I know I make a big impact. Not only for myself, but for you. But I'll tell you right now, if I ever see this person again, they're gonna get a piece of, they're gonna get it. Let's just say that much. I'm gonna snap the motherfucker in half is what I'm gonna do. They think that they're trying to make me scared of them, and I'm not scared of them at all. I'm not even the least bit. Because I'll rip up one side and down the other, and they won't even know what hit them. I don't give a fuck how tall, I don't care how big they are. Makes no difference. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. And at this point, considering what I've dealt with and what I've been through, at this point, nothing and nobody scares me at this point. And the fact that they have to lie and waste people's time to bring them in really shows how fucking weak they are. And by divine vengeance, they will get what's coming to them. And they'll have nobody to blame but themselves. Because you know what? I'm going to keep my hands clean. I'm going to switch up the decks, collective. I tell you right now, I'm terrified for the other person on the other end of my war cry. I'll tell you that much. I pity them. And the only fear that I have within myself is what I will do to them. But this is why I'm keeping my hands clean. Because I know exactly who this is. This reading is already vibing with me. So, if it's vibing with me, I'm sure it's vibing with you. But what's the next level? Let's get it going. This is definitely a karmic Cancer individual. Yeah, because you walked away. You walked away from this person, collective. Yep, you ended the cycle. And this is what's bringing your manifestation in. You're finding fulfillment in whatever you're betting on yourself with. There's definitely a celebration coming. There's definitely money coming in for you. And somebody's trying to have you unbalanced, unable to adapt, leaving you with nothing within this new beginning. They basically want it to be pointless. And the magician on its side. They're trying to bring an end to your manifestation. But I'm gonna speak this into existence that your manifestation is going to become better than expected. And all of this idea that they're siphoning off of you, they're being cut off. And it's all because they grew up in a very toxic family. The only difference between you and them, collective, is that you both grew up in a toxic family, but you didn't allow it to harden you. You used that pain and turned it into power. And that's what they can't wrap around their head. They went absolutely dumb, and they choose to emotionally manipulate people rather than actually do something to benefit and inspire people. They manipulate people in order to get what they want. And they're being called out. And that's what they don't like. That's why they're trying to shut me down. Right? And they're definitely trying to shut me because of it. But yeah, you're standing on business. You're standing for logic and justice. And because for logic and justice, they're trying to challenge you on that. They're trying to challenge you on your growth and on your healing that you're doing. And they're causing you conflict by doing that. Because they didn't want you. They wanted to be able to puppeteer you. The Ace of Shells, they're trying to shatter your heart. They wanted you broken. And because you closed out this cycle with them, now they're trying to make you juggle. They don't want you having your happy ending. They would sooner have you shatter your heart. They want you to be shattered. Indefinitely. They don't even want you loving yourself. They don't want you having any self-worth. They don't want you having any type of happiness. The thing is they didn't anticipate you being connected to the divine. And you got stability and attainment coming in, and it's coming in quick with the Eight of Swords, Eight of Wands. And it's because it's because you're transitioning into this new phase, this new cycle. And they can't stop this, collective. Don't think for 1 second that they're going to stop this. The fact that you blocked them out, the fact that they can't, you're not giving in, you're not giving anybody the tea. You could very well be keep cards close to your chest at this time. And you're better for it. Because they have nothing to grab onto. They have nothing to sabotage. Spirit saying them getting caught up for what they're already doing. And the fact that they incited some sort of investigation, I'm going back to that. They incited some sort of investigation and they're finding out, the investigators are finding out that they're doing more damage to you than you're doing to them. You're just speaking truth. You're speaking on your experience, You're speaking on your elevation and the lessons that you've learned, and the fact that they're all bent out of shape about this happening. They're literally outing themselves. They did not anticipate this happening. Right? They were going to make you into an absolute laughing stock. Is Spirit saying, but who's laughing now? I'm also picking up that the people that they tried to work together with to sabotage you, they're all walking away. And quite frankly, they're inspired by you. And I said something back a little while ago, and my ears just rang right off the hook when I said it, and I'm going to say it again. That these collaborators that were being initiated and to come at you and to sabotage you with them because they're too fucking weak to do it themselves. They would sooner have other people do their dirty work. So I said something to the effect of, to the karmics and to the third parties of the karmics, that if they're going to come out and do this to an innocent person, okay, all walked away, all because they want nothing to do with you, and they're out here trying to incite you to sabotage this person, all because they're obsessed. And I'm going to put it into a perspective of me, right? You put yourself in that perspective, okay? If this is vibing with you, if this is resonating. So these imbeciles that are coming at me to try to ruin me are instigating other people to come at me too, so that way their weak ass gets what they want. Right? Be offering up some sort of money. They might be offering up their body. They might be offering up whatever, some sort of attainment, some sort of pipe dream to get what they want. If they're going to go to the extent of doing this to me, when I'm innocent, when I just want nothing to do with them, I'm walking away. I just want to walk away and move on. Leave me the fuck alone. You live your life, I'll live mine. But because they're meddling behind the scenes trying to sabotage my life, thinking that they're going to get away with it, and these third parties that are connected to this imbecile, okay, if they're going to do that to me, what do you think they're going to do to you? When you walk away from this imbecile, because you're realizing that they're trying to harm an innocent person. They're trying to rip off somebody that doesn't want to do with them. And they're literally walking away. They're not causing them any problem. I'm not causing this person any problem. I'm not meddling in their affairs. I'm not meddling in their life. I'm not mentioning their name. I'm not putting their name out on the interwebs. But the thing is I'm speaking on my experience. The name's out of it. And they're so obsessed that absolutely everything that I'm saying, they're thinking it's all about them. That's how obsessed they are. So if they're going to do this to me, what do you think it's going to do to them? What do you think they're going to do to these third parties wanting to finally walk away from this bullshit because they're finding out the truth? That this person is nothing but a fucking dirtbag. And you're innocent. You don't deserve this treatment. You're really inspiring. You're a warrior. And you're not only inspiring yourself, but you're inspiring other people to rise above and stick up for themselves. And then on top of that, they're trying to sabotage all of this, the healing that you're doing. They're wanting to make it absolutely pointless. Thinking that this is a big, huge game. And outright trying to sacrifice you. Trying to have people to throw these dark entities at you. Significant. They're part of your past. You want absolutely nothing to do with these fuckheads. Because all they've done is break your heart, betray, lie to you, rip you apart, rip you down, emotionally, verbally, psychologically. They're energetic vampire, siphoning your energy, your abundance, your prosperity. There's one in particular person that I've known for over 2 decades. And this person, every time that I was down, he was up. Every time I was up, he was down. And that right there is the depth of energy swap, energy siphoning. Definitely an incubus or a succubus energy. And to think that they're gonna getting away with this, it's not happening. It's not happening, because if the divine don't get to them, and they continue kicking me energetically, I'm gonna deal with them. And I'm playing nice right now. I'm playing extremely nice. Try and clean. And the fact that they're still trying to sabotage me behind my back by ruining my friendships, ruining my relationships. Trying to siphon off of my abundance. It's not working anymore. It's blowing up in their face. I've done more return to senders and cord cuttings just in this last year, last 2 years, 3 years, than I've done ever in my life. I do one almost once a day. And the thing is, I'm divinely protected. I know that. So compared to what I could be receiving, I'm only receiving like a little tickle compared to what they. It's just basically letting me know that something's happening. And the thing is that the fact that I'm making something of myself, and I'm making a big difference in the world, and they wanted to be a part of it, but they're too fucking toxic, I would never my channel. And the fact that I see them ultimately for who they are, I don't even want them in my life. I don't want them in my energy. I want them banished. Could be, you know, they have a right to live. They have a right to exist. They have a right to, you know, have their own abundance and their own prosperity in their own life. And I wish them healing, and I wish them, but they've taken to the dark side. So it doesn't matter what I wish for them. They wouldn't appreciate it anyway. So this is why I surrender it to the divine, because the divine can take care of them. And the fact that the divine is on my side, because the divine sees the intention of my heart. I'm not out here wishing ill on them. I'm not out here doing spells. I've got a whole library of books that I can work with, that I can create spells, I can do all that. I've got many years experience in that. If they don't understand to the caliber of how magical I really am. And the divine says you could very well do whatever you want because you have a pure heart. That's what the divine told me. If I need to do what I need to do, I can do it. And I can run by barely lifting a finger. But I'm refraining from doing that because I know they're coming from a very unhealed space, a very toxic space. And I know but they're choosing not to. And they're about to fuck around and find out the hard way. Without me lifting a finger. Because if I was to actually get back into my books and to get back into doing what I was doing before, a long time ago, they wouldn't stand a chance. And I could potentially eradicate them off the planet if I really wanted to. They've been trying to make me into a blood sacrifice. I could make them into a blood sacrifice and it wouldn't even touch me. Because of what they've done to me already. Because I'm only protecting myself. So, I know they're watching, and they need to just chill the fuck out and move on with their life. They don't want me getting back into my books. Because I ain't around. I don't play around with that. It's very serious. It's very serious stuff. And I don't take it lightly. And this is why the divine loves me so much. All the magic I ever worked with was protection magic, healing magic, manifestation. It wasn't ever about hexing or jinxing or putting curses on people and all this other jazz. And that's why my karma is so clean. Because I know what I send out gets sent back. I would only wish unto others is what I would wish unto myself. And that's where me and this other person, they're out here putting curses on people, manipulating them into getting what they want. And where they're manipulating through lies and deception, I'm out here speaking the truth. So they're trying to destroy me with lies and deception, and I'm destroying them with the truth. So they best check themselves before they wreck themselves. This is their last warning. I'm having the rest of this cigarette and we're going to get back into the reading. I appreciate your patience, collective. But you're ending this cycle and create imbalance to your manifestation and create an unhappy ending for you. Meanwhile, you're standing for justice. They're trying to get authorities to come in and cause you complications and challenges to break your heart. But the investigators and the authorities are finding out that you're a shaman, that you're very divine, you're very powerful. And there's definitely money coming in. We got a ton of pentacles out here with the eight of wands. And the thing is what they don't see coming is that you're gonna get restitution on this. For them coming for you. And them harassing you. And they don't see this coming. And there's even a confirmation from Brittany, the intuitive cosmic wifey. She just posted here, you got karma out here whooping people's asses. You're hours away from charmingly different. Charmingly different what? Whatever. But, and then Linda's got out here, obsessed with ruining your role model image for clout. Clout and power. Voodoo magic backfired. For good reason. So let's look into it. I'm going to redo this first row as well. But I'm going to just lay one card per. Just to tell the story. Just to move this along a little bit. Speed it up a little bit. Going to shuffle these cards up. Spirit, please bring these cards into alignment with this reading. I want one card per card, so that way I can clarify this and get a move on with. They're definitely in their thoughts. You got the Ace of Pentacles coming out quickly. There's an Eight of Wands here. Let's see, what else is going on with this? Thank you, Spirit, for clarifying this for me. Alright, so this Ace of is coming in quick. We got the Eight of Wands with the Ace of Crystals. Your manifestation is coming in quicker because the Divine said so. The Ace of Acorns and the Two of Swords. So they were trying to keep you from moving forward. Wanted you having to make decisions without knowing all the information, but the divine was guiding you the whole time. Okay? There's the Cancer, siphoning off the energy. I pretty well called it. Nine of crystals in the reverse. They're dependent on your energy in order to move forward. But you're moving forward anyway. And there's the Nine of Pentacles. They didn't want you having any type of awakening or whatever else. They wanted to have it for themselves. They didn't want you having any enlightenment. So this is why they were siphoning off of you, trying to burn you. The King of Cups in the reverse now wants to come in and apologize because you ripped them a new one. And then show you compassion, but they're all blocked out. Two of Acorns, and you want nothing to do with them. Two of Acorns here in the reverse, and the Hangman. You're constantly changing it up and seeing it from a higher perspective, despite the challenges that they've thrown at you. You're clear cycle, and you're allowing your inner light to guide you after a dark night of the soul that they put you into. This dark night of the soul was supposed to end you. Okay? But it's not ending. It's only empowering you to rise above it. The Two of Crystals in the reverse. You intuitively found this out and you called your power back. This juggling and everything that they had you juggling, it only empowered you to call your power back and to step in your power. And what was meant to end you and bring you to your demise became your rise. And because you're tapping into masculine and feminine and bringing it to balance, you're bringing yourself into this manifestation of having a new union. Your heart, you're raising your frequency. The Ten of Shells, you're nurturing your foundation, and despite what they're trying to do to create chaos in your happy ending, you're still very grounded, you're very nurturing, you're still very loving, kind. The King's logic and justice. They're not going to be coming at you. They're not going to be slowing you down anymore. But they were sent to slow you down, but it's not working. And the reason why it's not working is because all this conflict that they were trying to send you, all right, it's being revealed. With the sun, it may sting a little, it may irritate you, it may piss you off, but it will ultimately set you free. And this is exactly what it's doing. What was meant to, again, bring a rise is helping you rise instead, because you're alchemizing the pain into power. And they didn't anticipate that. We got the Ace of Shells. They wanted you broken. They were broken, busted, and disgusted, feeling worthless. And it turns out you're not as trapped as they thought you were. You're seeing things for the truth that it is. You took rose-colored glasses off and you understood where it was all coming from. You rebuked it, you banished it. Not only did you do it, the divine was on your side and turned you into a shaman, and you released this devil toxic energy. So this whole cycle about you being this blood sacrifice, that whole cycle is over. And I think the devil's still coming to collect, but they're not going to touch you. And they're actually scared for their life at this point because, yeah. now the tables have turned, and they're coming to collect, but they're going to them instead. The Eight of Acorns, so the Eight of Wands. You've done a lot of healing. You're getting results from this healing. And you had to re-alchemize the way you share your compassion and your love. You're finding your worth. You're finding self. And all because you're finding love and you're using your discernment as to how you're sharing that love and compassion. They didn't like that. So because of this 10 of crystals that was coming in for you, the fact that you're finding stability, the fact that you're refinement and you're finding, abundance along your way, people were supporting you anyway. They tried to diminish that. They tried to make you into an absolute failure. And the fact that you're walking away, the fact that you're leveling up, you're rowing away from this storm, has got those. They're snapping out. They're losing their absolute shit because of it. This whole idea of them trying to meddle in with your friendship and paying them off to try to get into your energy, it didn't work. This last ditch effort to ruin your life, it blew up in their face. And what they didn't anticipate and what they didn't end up seeing is that you're healing this. You're releasing the burdens that aren't yours. What's the scoop? Yeah, Three of Feathers. Nine of Feathers. The Five of Crystals. They tried to leave you out in the cold by betraying you. To have you all up in your head. And sabotage what you were building. To make it all worthless. And Spirit's saying they wanted you spinning your wheels. But you took a leap of faith anyway, despite the chaos, despite the sabotage. Despite the fact that they were colluding and conniving with people that were closer to you. Trying to throw rocks and hide their hands, thinking that they were going to get away with it. You're too good for them, collective. You're too wise. And you got the divine on your side. They can't even compete where they don't compare. And they're all up in their head about it. And you walked away from their sabotage and their betrayal. And where they thought that they're all up in their head about how you can still all they've done, the fact that you can still show compassion. They got a Gemini to leave you out in the cold as well. Spirit's saying they were best friends, but you didn't know about that. They kept that part secret. And they were colluding against you behind your back, keeping their cards close to their chest. And the thing is that when you took a leap of faith in a new direction, that's when everything fell apart. And the fact that you're way too fucking good for them and you're very dedicated to progress. You're dedicated to what you're good at. And this is why they're not moving forward. Because they can't diminish you from what you're good at. They can't make you like a failure when you're an absolute ace with what you're good at. You've proven yourself over and over and over again. You're very talented, collective. And they can't compete where they don't compare. Where you're actually winning the race, they can't even compete in the race. They're sitting in the sidelines, boo-hooing, crying. Yeah. And now they're speechless. They don't even know how to show up anymore. Because you've released these burdens. You've released them. You're not taking accountability for anything. And they just judged you for your ability to walk away. And now you're balancing things out. And they're trying to break your heart. And not allow you to have wish fulfillment. And disempower you. And betray you. And blow up your whole new beginning. Now they feel. They're trying to infiltrate your tribe too. So tribe, if you got anybody coming forward talking shit about me, I want you in my inbox and I want you talking to me about it. Show me the screenshots. Alright? If you got anybody coming towards you talking shit about me, I want you to bring me proof. Alright? Because they're still trying, even so, they're still trying to create injustice. They're still trying to create an injustice with my foundation. But the moon in reverse, apparently it's all going to be revealed. And they're very overwhelmed at the fact it's going to be revealed. And that this is going to be the end of them. And they're going to have a heck of a lot more conflict to deal with than what they were trying to put through to me. Because this Ten of Pentacles is coming right back to me. Whether they like it or not. And all of this is coming to an end, once and for all. By divine intervention. Archangel Michael's not happy. They're an absolute, utter failure. They wanted me unstable and left out in the cold. With no help from nobody. And they were very strategic as to how they were bringing that manifestation about. But the fact that I'm exposing them, and the fact that I'm nurturing my truth, and only trying to find rest, this is what's bringing their bullshit chaos to the rest. And Spirit's saying they're getting arrested. They wanted me overthinking my healing. People to basically look at me and think of that I'm a poser. That I'm a fraud. That I'm not who I say I am. They wanted me to look like I'm self-sabotaging. And they're going to have no other choice but to try to come in and reconcile with me, which is not going to work. I want no reconciliation with them. They can all eat shit. Everybody that's involved with them, they can all eat shit. And they're getting what's coming to them. And I will rise. I have a feeling I'm going to be celebrating something soon. I am gonna stick up for myself. Is that if there's any authorities that are gonna come forward and tell me about all this stuff, you best believe that they're gonna have a job to do. You best believe that they're going to penalize these mothers to the fullest extent of the law. So they better be getting their report books ready. Because I want them to the fullest extent of the law. Facing their consequences. Whether it's in real court or spiritual court, they will get what's coming to them. And then, and only then, will I consider forgiveness. Because I sure as hell am not putting up with this shit anymore. By the way, I'm running for North America. And you better believe that I will hold those accountable for crimes against humanity. That is going to be the first order of business. So if you want me to be your Emperor of North America, help me make that happen. Because those that are trying to ruin humanity will be held accountable. I'm also the education reform. I'm also looking into health system reform. I'm looking at changing the world. Where we're actually finally going to be able to step up into our true potential. Because we need more people stepping up potential. So if you want to be a part of making that happen, help me rise, collective. And I guarantee you, good things are going to start happening. You take care of me, I'm going to take care of you. You better believe it. Because I'm bringing about the new earth. And I'm dead serious about it. Come hell or high water, we will bring new earth in reality. I can't do it alone though, I need your help. It's taken me a long time to come to this idea that to ask for help. But we need to ultimately work together to make that happen. That's the only way it's going to work. Reform across the board. equal rights for everyone, and universal sovereignty. I may bring back the death penalty for those that choose to bring death to those through abuse and otherwise. But it's going to eradicate the evil karmic energy off the planet. So if there's people out here wanting to bring death to people, you will get what's coming to you. Such as, you want to get behind the wheel drunk and intoxicated and kill somebody with your vehicle, you are going to be put on a list. But I'm going to do it in a very entertaining way, because I'm going to bring in the Hunger Games for that. A real live Hunger Game for murderers. And I think people are going to walk around respecting other people a lot more when that happens. People are going to start respecting themselves a lot more. Those are just a couple of the talking points. Because if there's people out here wanting to bring people to their demise, then they should get the same treatment. And instead of putting them to death, we'll have them fighting for their life for a change. Instead of trying to get other people, innocent people, to fight for their life. If they don't want to shape up, they're going to ship out. Because I'm done living in a chaotic world. I don't know about you. Don't you want to live in a world where you can actually walk down the street and feel safe? Where you can actually say hi to your neighbor? Where you're able to trade with your neighbor? Y'all have gardens? Y'all have your own house? There's more than enough places here on Earth where we can have our own house. There's more than enough resources where we can live sustainably. Focusing on our destiny, focusing on our calling, focusing on creating a legacy for ourselves, and not having anybody sapping it. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Those that wish death upon others will get death. But it's not going to be the death penalty you think. It's going to be like the Hunger Games, where they will fight for the death in order to survive. And I guarantee you it will humble them. And there's a lot of people out here to be humbled. And no, not make us just as bad as them. I'm not advocating for what I'm against. Do I really want them facing the death penalty? Do I really want them having to fight for their life? No, but that's their choice. They have their universal sovereignty just like we do. If they're choosing to create havoc and chaos, then they will have havoc and chaos. They will get what they give. If they want to switch it up and actually start being compassionate and actually do the healing that they're supposed to be doing and rise above it and become a better person for it, then that's their choice. There's a lot of people out here that want to live a peaceful life. But there's a lot of people out here throwing hate, throwing evil, throwing mad to the world. And they will be held accountable for that. Because it is ultimately their choice. There's not a big enough island to do that there, Em. If I had a magic wand, which I do, I'd put it away. But if I had a magic wand, hunger would be eradicated. And we would move back to organics. And by stand with the farmers to go back to organic. Well, yeah, they can be put into the volcano. Why not? They can have their walk to the volcano. For sure. Welcome in, AOP. How are you? I'm talking about possibly running for the Emperor of North America. Welcome in, Bradley. M. Stop. I don't give a fuck if it doesn't exist. Okay? It's part of creation. Okay? It's part of creating it. I'm brainstorming. Okay? Stop throwing negativity into what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to bring peace to the planet. I'm trying to hold these motherfuckers accountable. You're not helping. What's going on there, AOP? Typical narcissist, AOP. You're doing a favor. Rise above it. Snap out of it. She's doing you a favor. Yes, there's going to be a pawn game with the kids, which I don't agree with. The fact that she's already a boyfriend really pisses me off, but narcissists do that. But ultimately, you're free now. It's going to take some time to heal. Give yourself that compassion. Give yourself that ability to do that. Give yourself the to feel through it. Don't push it down. Don't sweep it under the rug. Feel your way through it. You'll get through it. I guarantee you, you'll get through it. And you're going to rise so much more stronger because of it. So use the nights to pour into yourself, dude. Okay? Doesn't mean into a bottle. Okay? Don't be getting into the bottle to try to mask your feelings. If you need to cry, let it out. Let it out and fucking cry it out. Go have a shower, go have a bath, and just cry it out. I'm embracing yourself, embracing your new freedom. Because the worst is over. I guarantee you the worst is over, buddy. Ripping the band-aid off is the worst part. Now you're letting it. Give it time to heal. And I guarantee you, you're going to be better for it. Because this is, as you alchemize this, and you rise above it, things are going to be so much better for you. Because you're going to find your own choices. You're not having to worry about some dumbass bitch manipulating you anymore. And that in itself should empower you. Better than what you received. Way better than what you received. Yeah, not anymore. Get excited. Get excited. The fact that you're free, the fact that you're out of that bullshit. I'm proud of you, dude. And quite frankly, I'm happy for you. Congratulations. Congratulations. You deserve this freedom. After all the bullshit you had to deal with, you deserve this freedom. And Spirit's saying the best is yet to come. The more time you focus on pouring into yourself, and the more time you focus on showing compassion to yourself, you get. I have no doubt it's going to take off. I have no doubt. I'm giving you a big, huge astral hug. I'm really excited for you. Just give it time. It's time to develop, and once people get word that you're really good at with what your craft, things are going to work out for you. I guarantee it. I'm excited for your new business. I'm excited, all of it. The fact that you have new freedom. Tap into the divine. The ability to be able to create new boundaries for yourself so that way this bullshit doesn't happen anymore is beautiful. You're going to have challenges with the adaptability of it all, but you're going to get through it. You're going to transition just fine. You just got to be able to, get back to work and take decisive action on this. You might be hating yourself for leaving the kids, but they're going to grow up eventually, and they're going to want to be with their dad again. Don't worry about that. You're thinking that you're going to have a hard time, but you're not having to let go. Think of this as a little vacation. Why do I think, are these even your kids? Okay, so you can get custody of that kid settled. Well, to the wishes of the children, chances are, the fact that you're not going to be strung along, the fact that you're not entrapped, they're not playing with your feelings anymore, you're not allowing that to happen, you're standing on business. There was definitely third parties involved, manipulating the situation. They kept you in the dark about that. I really feel that this person was in the picture for quite some time. Picking up on the fact that they were around before you guys even broke up. This is how she alchemized this so quickly. Spirit's saying that it was over 2 months ago. But you better believe that like attracts like. And because she was extremely toxic, she attracted something very toxic into her life. They're still in the honeymoon period. Right? And she's going to get what's coming to her. And I have a feeling she's going to try to get free, and maybe she's going to have her back. But don't take her back. Don't give up your freedom now that you have it. Offer to take the kids. To give her a break. But yeah, she's going to hover back after the hunt. But to test you to basically say no. Finally end out this cycle once and for all. She was just stringing you along, trying to baby trap you. It didn't work, because you got fed up for good reason. Don't feel guilty for making these choices, because I'll guarantee you, she's going to feel guilty for making these choices. 100%. She's going to come in and say sorry. She's going to come in and apologize to you. She's going to play on your heartstrings. And I have a feeling she already knows she made a mistake. She's just sitting with it right now, wondering how the hell she's going to figure it out. But there really was no commitment here, and it was all about money. That's why she stayed. Yeah, she's going to come in. She's going to want to finally collaborate with you. But that's where you tell her, no, I've got new boundaries now. Yep. And she's going to miss out because you're going to be very successful. You're going to be extremely successful. And she's going to be jealous about it too. Her any compassion after this. She made her choice. She can keep that energy. All she did this to you for is to break your heart. But this is your great awakening. Realizing that you deserve way better than what you were given. This is your way, AOP. And the fact that she's going to miss out on your success, now that she's out of the picture, now you can focus on pouring into you. You can focus on pouring into you to get ready for those kids. Because they're eventually going to get fed up and want to leave. They're not going to sit there and deal with their shit. They're going to be like, you know what? I'd rather be with dad. And the fact is the one kid that isn't yours is going to want to go with their sibling. They're not going to want to be with their mother. They would rather be with you now anyway, start with. And I think that's the hardest part. That's the hardest part of this, is leaving your kids behind. Because you know they would be with you. And you're going to have validation and proof on this very soon. And yeah, she's not going to move on without. She's not going to want to move on. She's right now being stuck. She's trapped. And there will be justice. This is justice for you. The fact that she's trapped, she's getting exactly back to you. This is her karma. She didn't want you going away. She wanted to try to keep tabs with you so that way she could come back at some point. But by you moving 2 hours away up a new shop, this is the best thing you ever did. This is the best thing you ever did for yourself. And just as they disregarded you, looking the other way, just they discarded you, you can tell them, keep that energy. Congratulations. I mean that with utmost compassion. Like I said, I'm excited for you in your new business, and for you to be able to step into this. I'm proud of you. I'm really fucking proud of you. And if you heed my advice, I guarantee you things are going to turn out better than expected. He tries to take you for support. I would fight it. Say the only way that you're going to support, that you're going to actually give any type of anything of support, is if you get time with your kids. You deserve time with your kids. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. And I have a feeling one of your kids is very artistic. They're going to actually follow in your footsteps. It's going to be a family business once they get older. You're already inspiring them. But you're going to end up with the upper hand in this. Don't kid yourself. And something tells me where you are now is area anyway. It's a safer area. And it's safer for the kids. So you can bring that up in court. There's better schools in your area where you are now. Everything is better. Like, it's a better energy all around. Like, everything. Went wrong. Don't get me wrong. I have my moments. But the divine walks with me. So the divine speaks through me. So really, I can't take all the credit. I'm very blessed and honored to be able to provide these messages. But I'm already seeing that the kids are already pissed off at her for acting this way. So, the best is yet to come. This is the starting of your new life. Fuck it up. This is the starting of your freedom and you finally being able to pour back into yourself and love yourself again. And take that pain and turn it to power. Pain and turn it into art. And when you're getting out, do it for your kids. Get yourself stable, get yourself in the up and up, and get moving. And focus on work for now. At least for the winter time. Right? Get yourself stable, get yourself situated. Oh, it's going to clear. By the end of this month, it's going to... Moving into January is going to be really good for you, I think. Not only just the tattoo parlor, but you got a side gig that you could do too on the side. Something else you're really, really good at. You should get that going too. I think you can handle it. For now, till the winter, eventually hire other people for this other side gig. I don't know what it is, but I know you're good at something else other than just tattooing. I don't know why photography came to mind, but there's definitely something else creative-wise that you can do that's going to bring you extra money to supplement the tattoo while you're getting it going. And as it grows, you're going to be able to hire other people and put other people to work. And shit's going to be speeding up in the new... Yeah. Keep doing it. Keep going. The future is bright for you. So lean into it. How old are your kids? Specifically yours. Okay. Yeah, is going to be very much interested in working with their dad. And I have a feeling the 11-year-old is going to want to be with the sibling. So you might actually end up getting custody of both of them because of what's going to go on with them. But understand what's going to go on with them is part of their journey. Don't feel guilty for it. Okay? Do not feel guilty for what they're going to go through with them, with your ex and the other dude, because it's part of their journey. Yeah. He's definitely taken after his daddy. I need you to get excited. Because you're about to blow your own mind. In a good way. I would recommend you do the chakra meditation. Have a spiritual bath if you can figure it out. Even though you only have a shower at this time, you can still have a spiritual shower too as well. And just let it all wash away. Allow this Mercury retrograde to be your resting period and to release and to alchemize the pain that you have regarding your past. Don't feel guilty for putting this shit. Why didn't I see this? Why didn't I make a change sooner? You know, why didn't I see this from the beginning? All this bullshit. Don't. You were dealing with this deceptive cunt, okay? There's no chance in hell that you would have known what was going on. They were outright lying to you. She's even lying to your son. He's actually asking where you are. And he doesn't believe a word she's saying. He's actually being quite defiant with her. And he don't like Susan either. And worst case scenario, you can issue a wellness check for your son at any time. And worst case scenario, if they have to find a way him to you, they will. So if that, you need to get a wellness check on him and be like, yeah, this is the situation. I want a wellness check because of this guy. He's not all that great. I feel that my son's life is in jeopardy. You can definitely get a wellness check and quite possibly get him to go, because it's still children for the most part. If he says that he wants to be with his dad, I'm pretty sure that they're gonna comply with that because his safety is utmost importance. The only thing is that's 2 hours away, so I don't know. But I wouldn't personally involved. I would get a wellness check. You know your son better than I do. And make sure you let them know that they're very toxic. Yeah, I agree with Marine. Get yourself stable first. Focus on empowering yourself and clearing out this bad mojo. Give yourself a week or 2 weeks or whatever, to just grieve this past relationship and to step into your power. Take some time out to cry it all out and get it all out. Sweep it under the rug like a fucking emotionless doofus. You're doing things differently this time. You're creating boundaries. You're pouring into yourself. You're showing yourself compassion. Do the chakra meditation. Release the fucking burdens. Energy, turn your pain to power. And stand on business. Take this time to alchemize it, and I guarantee you things are going to turn out better for you. 100%. Like I said, they were together 2 months ago. And quite frankly, they've known each other for about 6 months. That's what Spirit's telling me. Welcome in, Renee. Welcome in, Sarah. But I'll tell you, I have no doubt in my mind that you're going to overcome this, and you're going to be better off for it. And that's why you need to call your power back. Rebuke it, banish it. Cut the cord. It's gonna hurt like a bitch, but the worst is over. Need to cry it out, cry it out. Let it out. I know you're not much for emotions. So this is going to be a new for you. You don't like showing your emotions too much unless it's with kids. Your kids are kind of like your kryptonite. As far as emotions go. And if you're feeling like you're being triggered by them, by your ex and by him, do not engage. Back away. Because they're going to try to get you to react, to make you look dumb, to make you look stupid, to make you look like the violent one. Because you do have a temper. You have flown off the hop quite a few times. And the thing is that you're moving into a new era. Sense that there very well could be reactive abuse by the end of the month. Moving into December. But this is all because of the new boyfriend. Right, Sarah? They're trying to get you caught up to make you look like the bad one. But this is where you need to alchemize it and stand in your power in this. Lead by example. And the thing is she was trying to puppeteer you and get you to react to make you look like the asshole. And then she's the harmless victim. But this is where you get to turn the tables. Oh yeah, he moved 2 hours away. He's doing good for himself. You would be proud of him, Sarah. In fact, if you rewind into the chat, I don't know if you can do that, but if you rewind into the chat, it might actually inspire you. Hell, I'm even inspired. Doing all right, Ink. How's the new job? AOP, one particular thing, if you want, just like Maureen was saying, to make it special, maybe get in touch with the school and ask if you can send them something cool, like a present-wise. So that way the kid can get it. They might allow that. So at least they get something for Christmas, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Might have to do it beforehand, and just say that it came from one of the teachers. So that way they're not going to wonder who it came from. But make it like a secret Santa. And make it something that you know the kid wanted. You know what I mean? Like, how the hell did the teacher know exactly what he wanted? And keep them guessing. But make it like a secret Santa situation. Like I said, the best is yet to come. And I'm extremely proud of you. Keep moving forward. You got this. There are going to be challenges, but you're going to meet them and exceed them. You just need to stay focused. And just know that if you need to talk, I'm here. Reach out to me through Instagram or Facebook. You're going to be more successful where you are now than where you were. I guarantee you. You just got to get your name out there, get some happening, and it's going to work out for you. This is where you get to bet on yourself for a change. Are you talking about the AOP Inc? Or are you talking about yourself? What? So they've been breadcrumbing you at work. Inc, I think that's the point. You're not supposed to be the same. Okay, well, I have something good to focus on. So you're talking about everybody else around you. Okay, so just pour into work. Why do I get a feeling you're not living there anymore? Okay, so then leave it behind. Cut your losses. Do yourself a favor. That's okay, they did you a favor. Just think, Ink, you're free. You got a good job. Just focus on that. Just stock up on your popcorn. Enjoy. And don't react to their bullshit, because it's... You then, like... You'll know coming from. And don't... If you haven't told them about this new job, don't tell them. Keep your cards close to your chest at this time. Well, then again, you don't want to invoke that it's a crappy job, because then they might call them up and say that you're talking shit about your new job. Just don't engage. Just don't engage in their bullshit. Rise above it. If you have to expose it, but rise above it. Use these dynamics to create boundaries so that way you're safe from it. It removes you from the fray of the bullshit. But for both of you, Ink and the AOP, this is the best part. The fact that you're free, the fact to move on, the fact that you're out of the fray. Stay out of the fray. It's the holiday season. Embrace your solitude. Solitude, this whole feeling of alone, being alone, instead of feeling lonely, embrace your solitude. Embrace the fact that you're free from it, the fact that you can move on, the fact that you don't have to get all wrapped up in the bullshit anymore. Like, Christmas time is one of the worst for me. Not only because of my grandmother, it's when I was left out in the cold pretty well. But I eventually alchemized it. I empowered myself. I rose above it. And I'm happy. I don't think I've been this happy in a long time. I haven't been this at peace with myself all of my life. And all it took was walking away. If you're going to come in and speak on the fact that change isn't easy, change is the best part. Because the change gives you ability. The change gives you options. When you're stuck and stagnant, that's the worst part. Because you feel you're trapped. But the entrap illusion. People want you to feel trapped. So that way you don't take the initiative and make decisions. Change brings possibility, but it's how you alchemize it. Learn to love being AOP. Learn to embrace it. And this is why emphasis on the pouring into yourself and loving yourself is mandatory. Because you start filling your own cup, not requiring somebody else to fill your cup and validate you. You can validate yourself and the right track. Like, you first came into the chat saying that you weren't doing good, meanwhile you're doing absolutely fan-fucking-tastic. You're just not looking at it that way. You're seeing it from a lower perspective, that like you're having some sort of loss when you're actually gaining your freedom. You're just not looking at it. Don't say fuck all about to your ex-girlfriend. The thing is, Michael, you nurtured her birthday. And the fact that you're not going to nurture her birthday this year is going to hit her. It's going to hit her right in the feels. It's not supposed to be easy, Sarah. That's the whole thing. The reason why it's not supposed to be easy is because most people are thinking that change is... It's very difficult to adapt to change if you're not open to it. This is why you need to open yourself up to possibilities and open yourself up to change. Yeah, so give her back the same energy. Flip the tables. Because I guarantee you she'll probably message you and bitch at the fact, why didn't you wish me happy birthday? Well, I just kept the same energy that you kept for me. Easy come, easy go, little high, little low. Welcome in, J-Lo. And when she messages you, why didn't you wish me happy birthday? Just say, how does it feel? Two wrongs don't make a right, but how does it feel? You totally forgot my birthday. How's it feel? You got somebody new? What, they didn't even wish you a happy birthday? Poor muffin. Don't show any compassion to it. She's part of your past. Release yourself. Yeah, we're doing all right there, J-Lo. We're doing all right. But yeah, AOP, you're doing way better than you expected. So look at it as a positive. Look at it as a bright new beginning. Well, let freedom ring. Learn to love being by yourself. It's going to be long before your kid's back. Like, I see back in your life again, back by springtime. It's not going to take long. And I honestly see you by next year, summertime, near fall, you're going to get full custody. Because he's not going to want to even be with her. He doesn't want to be with his mother. So you have winter to springtime to alchemize this shit, rise above it, in order to be in the frequency to welcome a new union. But you need to pour into yourself first. The more you focus on that, the quicker it's going to be that you're going to be in alignment with your divine relationship. Are you still here? So, Spirit, get me back on track. So, Spirit said that this was your last test. And about choosing yourself. This was about you choosing yourself. This was your last relationship. And because you're choosing yourself and because you're alchemizing and over this bullshit, if you do the work, if you listen to what I'm saying, and if you alchemize and you work through this, I guarantee you, give or take by summertime, by, like, you have the winter right now, you have the Mercury retrograde, November, right to the end of November 29th, to alchemize and release the bullshit. Okay? You're pathetic, Gerald. You have this Mercury retrograde to alchemize this shit and to get yourself focused on yourself. And what this is going to do is it's going to get you in alignment to pour into yourself. You'll be focused on you. You'll be focused on your kid throughout the springtime. And you're going to meet this new person. They're actually going to come in for a tattoo. Late spring, early summer. And you're going to know who it is by their energy. I guarantee it. You guys are going to start off as friends. And it's going to work into a dynamic. She's going to be great with your kid. And I think she's going to have a daughter. Mm-hmm. And she's going to be amazing with kids. So she's going to love him up like her own. And you guys are going to have an amazing relationship together. I see something happening with you guys, 100%. It's going to happen quickly, and you're just going to have to trust in the divine. But you need to do the work. It's very, very important that you need to do the work. Alchemize this shit and get it in the past, once and for all. It's all happening. When I say the best is yet to come, I'm not even kidding. Spirit's saying that there is another spirit baby going to be born. So there's a chance that you're a child with this woman. It's going to be like love at first sight. But it's like, because you're not one to really express that much, you kind of hold things in. This is one of the tests that you're going to have to work with to communicate and be transparent with her. She's going to want to have someone in her life that's actually going to communicate. Her past relationship was dealing with a liar, a backstabber. a user. She's very much independent, very much, very stable. So she's needing somebody that's very much equally yoked. So this is why you need to focus on you, love yourself, being, loving your solitude, love your peace, loving the tranquility of being in your own space, being in your own skin, loving what you look at in the mirror in every aspect. And step into that, lean into that, because that's going to bring you into this new sea. It's mainly because she made you feel worthless. You didn't like to see the reflection. She was very judgmental on you. Maybe it's time to get back to the gym. Maybe it's time to feel sexy again. You can be looking like a totally different person by springtime if you really focus hard on it. And by going back to the gym, it very well could be one way that you are pouring into yourself. Being healthier. You're starting to look better. It'll get you a new wardrobe. I'm on a roll. I'm on a roll. I was 3 points from the honor roll, might I add, when I was in high school. What's going on, Roxanne? I'm glad you got on here too, AOP. We've missed you. You're not part of my tribe. You're not doing this all alone. Welcome in, Elizabeth. Great divine ancestors, angels. I ask of you to blanket Roxanne's daughter with protection, with healing, with strength, with courage. Please allow her to pull through, to rise again, vision of herself. May the healing happen swiftly, with no complications. May justice be brought to her experience, and may destiny work in her favor. Welcome in, V. Did you have a little chat with your mama yet? Have you had a chance to have a chat with him yet? Welcome in, Stephen. I figured there was another person in your life there, AOP. That's amazing. Is there any chance that he wants to get in on the family business there, AOP? Spirit's saying something about the side hustle. Did the chat just out? It's showing on my end, but it showed back when I was doing the... It showed back when I was doing the Palo Santo. It's weird. Like, it showed back to the beginning of my live when I was doing... When I was clearing the space. Sophie, you haven't done anything yet, have you? You're just sitting. That's okay. Use the Mercury retrograde to think about it. It's all good. I have a feeling by the end of the month you're going to make a decision. No, I'm rolling cigarette butts right now. See? No, I actually quit smoking weed. I needed to be a little bit more clear-headed, and I've been cutting back on cigarettes. So, one little step at a time. I am still smoking, but a lot less. I was chain smoking there for a while, but now I'm down to like 5 or 7 smokes a day. Whoever sent me the super chat earlier, thank you. I don't know if I said thank you on it, but very appreciated. Right. Thank you, J-Lo. The whole thing is with me, with quitting cigarettes, I gotta quit coffee, and I'm not quitting coffee anytime soon. When I have my coffee, cigarette, so... How much are my reads? How many cards you want? There's many different reads that I have available. $7. It's $1 a card. I'll get yours. What's it in regards to? Love, finances, family, career. What about Corey? Thank you, Roxanne. It's because you haven't severed the cord yet. General read. I went through massive betrayal, AK destiny swapping, and smear campaign. So, general on that, had to shut down my social media because I don't think I maneuvered it well. I told truths. Yeah, but I can definitely do that for you, Roxanne, not a problem. Um, I'm going to start J-Lo to start with. Because she was on. And then we'll work towards Roxanne. And then Elizabeth when she gets to it. J-Lo, do you want to be connected to him? I have PayPal. Strictly for donations. Um, as far as cash apps go. If you head over to Hipsy, you can donate to my channel there. If you'd rather a personal reading, you can get a personal reading there. You can just pick one of the offline readings. It's a little wait for me to get the money through PayPal, though. Spirit, what's going on with J-Lo and Corey? Two cards. Clarifier. I can understand why you're still connected to them. Somebody's too somebody's too scared to make a decision. We got the two of here. We got the two of swords here as the clarifiers in reverse. The two of swords is in reverse. We got the two of cups in the right side up. We got the three wands in reverse and the six of swords reversed. So somebody didn't want to miss out on something and they didn't want to walk away, but somebody couldn't make a decision to solidify something. So this is why it feels like it's in limbo. Somebody didn't know about the decision, what decision to make. Somebody's really scared of love, and then the other one was open to it. I think you guys needed this time apart, J-Lo, because you needed to heal. I'm thinking this is a twin flame, and it was ultimately for you to choose yourself. You guys have the option to reach out to each other to see how it's, but you guys need to make that decision. Well, there's your answer. You already knew the answer. You just didn't want to accept it. Could you reach out to him now at this point? You very well could, but you need to make the choice. But you have to be prepared for the answer. Did you donate to my my hipsy there, Elizabeth? Was that you? Thank you very much for that. Thank you. Roxanne, about Bunny, I think it was. Spirit, what about Roxanne's daughter? Can you tell me more about Bunny? What's the current status, situation, insight? Queen of Swords in the reverse. Queen of Cups reversed. She's honest and she's not being compassionate. She's in the process of healing at this time. She's going through a mass awakening. She's going through a dark night of the soul at this time. She's brokenhearted. She's overthinking. She's focused on work right now, though. She's up to her neck in work right now. It's looking like there's a new offer coming in for her as far as a relationship. But I don't know, it wasn't going very well for her. She was being fed a pipe dream, is what I'm being told. This person was rather manipulative. She's in a lot of anxiety right now, and she's finding a way to see things from a different perspective. There's also something about her thinking that she's trapped up, but she's not. She's trying to heal from this. But she's not showing herself any compassion. There's definitely something here where she's in a very bitter, dark night of the soul. Things will balance out for her. But right now, there's definitely some sort of instability. And she needs to focus on herself. Whoever was feeding her this pipe dream is very unstable. And, yeah. It's really not working out with them. And she's having a time moving forward. The Ten of Swords keeps coming out on the bottom of the deck in the reverse, so there's certain burden that she's not willing to let go of. But she's kind of lying to herself about this. She's all up in her head about it. She needs to expose the bullshit and the instability and focus on getting through this. It's nothing anybody can help her with at this point. This is part of her journey to... She needs to focus on herself and pour into herself at this point. This person is breadcrumbing her. Whoever this person that she's with, there's definitely something here about a tower happening. There's definitely some toxicity here. He's emotionally manipulating her at this time, trying to keep her from moving forward. But she needs to break free from this herself. When she eventually breaks free from this, I do see her coming forward. But she's lying to herself at this time. She's having a hard time balancing things out. But this is part of her journey. Again, nobody can really help her with this situation. She needs to get herself out of this situation because it's going to empower her. This Mercury retrograde is going to be very significant for her. She's going to have no other choice but to face the truth, is what Spirit's telling me. And unless she does, she's not going to get the harvest. So this is totally up to her. Again, this is part of her journey about choosing herself. And she needs to find a way out. She's not as trapped as she thinks she is. She just needs to wake up and have this wake-up call and deal with this dark night of the soul. Alright? It's rough. It's going to be rough for her. If you're still in contact with her, just say, honey, you know what? I'm here for you when you need me, but this is something that you need to deal with. You need to be honest with yourself. Okay? Be there, be on standby, but allow her to make her own decisions. If you want to send her to me to get a reading, you can do that. Okay? Alright, Elizabeth. And yes, J-Lo, you gotta cut cords with this person. If they're not willing to love you and show up for you, they're a waste of your time. You deserve better anyway. Alright, Elizabeth. Let's see what we got for a general read. Spirit, what's the best blessed message for Elizabeth she got going on that she needs to know about? Five of Pentacles in the reverse. So you are finding a new footing after being left out in the cold. You're moving forward. Congratulations. You're alchemizing this quite well, but you're still a little bit bitter. There's still something that you need to alchemize there. You need to make a major judgment call, a call judgment on a situation. There is reciprocity, but the bitterness isn't helping. You're having a hard time juggling, and this is the bitterness talking. And you really don't have any hope for the future, and you need to cut that out. Snap the fuck out of it. You're not confused, you were abused. And you were self-sabotaging at the same time. You're self-sabotaging now due to the bitterness. You're trying to alchemize it. You're trying to show face, though. You're trying to be compassionate. You're trying to keep an open mind. But you got no fucking spoons for nothing. You got no patience. And quite frankly, I don't blame you. Okay? If I was in your situation, I'd be just as bitter and pissed off. Which I've dealt with narcissists before too. So, yeah. They kind of get you in this bitterness, right? It's par for the course. But this is about choosing yourself, alchemizing this, and empowering yourself. Things are going to start moving for you quickly. And this is why you need to alchemize this, because the only way that you're going to step up and out of this bitterness frequency is yourself. So turn that frown upside down. Okay, you are worthy of love, but you need to show this to yourself. It's not about showing this to other people. It's about showing it to yourself, going back into yourself. You can heal your own heart. But by you looking at this in a victim mentality isn't helping you. This self-hate talk and this self-loathing talk of the fucking narcissist in your life, that was your problem. Before that narcissist, you were very loving, nurturing, empathy kind of driven, like you're very much a people pleaser. And you alchemized to your reality because it helped bring in support. But you need to step into remembering who the fuck you are, who you were before this relationship. There's definitely some wounds from childhood that you still need to alchemize. And I'm really picking up on eggshells, walking on eggshells. You were never ever able to be yourself, and this is what got you the lower hand. This is what gets you the shitty end of the stick all the time. And this is what gets you to self-sabotage. Because you're trying to people please everybody, make everybody happy, so that way you're happy. And to rid all of the anxiety and the pain and the anger and all that in everyone else, so that way it's one less thing that you have to alchemize from or assimilate. And this is why you're more focused on everybody else than yourself. And this is what's made you bitter. Ultimately, you've abandoned yourself. And this is why others choose to abandon you. This has happened since your childhood, and I'm getting like a absentee father and a very bitter mother. Because he didn't know how to show her love and lead by example. And I'm really picking up on the fact that he was an absentee because he was working all the time to provide for the family. It was that typical, the wife is at home with the kids, the father goes to work, he never comes home, kind of situation. It was not nurturing whatsoever. You need to forgive yourself. You need to recognize that you deserve better and strive for that. And once you start nurturing yourself and healing your heart, healing your inner child, they're going to change for you. Right now, you don't have anything to offer anyone. And that's okay. You don't have to offer anything to anyone. Because right now, you're trying to alchemize us. And that is what you need to focus on. And this was your last test to choose yourself. You're on the right track, and now you just need to alchemize it. You need to empower yourself and get out of the self-sabotaging bitterness kind of energy. Release the anger. This whole idea that you're not good enough really needs to fuck off. You need to take a leadership life. You need to be the main character. You need to stand on business. Step into your masculine and live in integrity and stand on business that way. Show up for yourself. Build a new relationship with your inner child is crucial. Showing your inner child compassion, going back into your memories. Because now that you're an adult, you're seeing things from a different. You see the dynamic now because of your other relationships. And a lot of your other relationships are mirroring your mother and father's relationship. No, I knew you were single. Bitterness put that there. The self-sabotage put that there. The fact that you didn't have any hope to heal because the same old fucking thing happened over and over and over and over and over, like a fucking rerun. A broken fucking record. That's what made you bitter. But in order to get reciprocity and be able to pour into someone else, you need to first pour into yourself. The reciprocity of your own self be true. Thine own self be true. And this is going, once you're pouring into yourself, this is going to bring you the clarity that you need to move forward. Yeah, the worst is over. Because you're now choosing yourself, this was one of your last tests. Now, your next step is to pour into yourself. Take yourself out. Go get yourself a nice dress. You know, get yourself, go on a date with yourself. Go get a massage. Go get your hair did. Go get your nails did. Go have a makeover. Go take yourself on a vacation. Hey, Sean. Yeah, you need to make a major judgment, and the judgment call is you. You got to call judgment on the bullshit that you accepted, that you chose to have in your life. And by being in this bitterness and by in this sabotage and not having any hope, you need to remember who the fuck you are and you need to stand in your power. The only way that you're going to do that is to do the inner work. And the reason why your tarot didn't work out is because you were sitting in this country, always waiting for the ex to come back. When it wasn't about the ex, it had everything to do with you. And because you were pouring into everybody else and not focusing, you can't pour from an empty cup and expect somebody to pour into. Because your cup was holy and broken and falling apart. Like, leave it in your pants, Sean. That's a big message there. And tell her to close her fucking legs. No disrespect, utmost compassion. Elizabeth, you're going through a rebirth. You're halfway through. It's not something that you need to apologize to yourself for. Okay? You don't need to apologize. You just need to start doing the work. You need to show yourself compassion. Pour into yourself. Your inner child could be waiting for an apology for putting yourself through all this shit and not pouring into yourself and like abandoning your inner child all these years to pour into everybody else. This is why you're depleted. But the whole thing is with this is that you weren't getting the end and things just kept moving faster and faster and faster that you couldn't slow down. when you know damn well you deserve better. You know damn well you deserve better, Elizabeth. You need to treat yourself better. You need to know that you're worthy of this healing. And you need to see yourself as worthy. If you're on this healing, you could very well step into this emperor energy and have this abundance come in for you. Spirit's saying something about doing a starting over, but you need to first pour into yourself and heal. Go through this journey so that way you have something to speak on. I'm speaking from personal experience, pouring into myself after a very toxic life, having to deal with the toxic family, having to deal with toxic lovers, and always pouring into everyone else but myself. Now that I'm pouring back into myself and speaking on it, this is the equal give and take. This is the reciprocity, right? And by standing on business and seeing it for the truth, for what it really is, you're able to see it as you alchemize it. But you have to alchemize it first. Right now, you're sitting in the fucking dark without a candle. You need to recognize your inner light. You need to find that inner light and allow that to guide you out the fucking hole ground. But the only way to do that is to recognize the inner light that you do have within you. That there is still hope. You just can't stop crying, so cry. Have a really, have a really fucking ugly cry. Cut the fucking cords and call your power back. You can do this all through visualization. You don't have to burn a candle. If you need that prop, you can use that prop. You get 2 different candles, one signifying you, one signifying them. You put them touching together. You can do just little tiny tea lights. Make it quick and sweet. Quick, short, and sweet. Have them touching, symbolizing you and them. And as the candle burns, move them to different parts of your house or wherever you're living. To the point where one is in the one that's signifying you is, let's say, in your living room, and then the other ends up out the fucking door. And if you can get it to the point where you slam the door and put out the outside candle, make it happen. And then bury the bitch. You've been going to a healer every week. It's not working for you, is it? When I left my ex, I cried for literal months. It's like you're spinning your wheels with this healer, is what Spirit's telling me. It seemed like it was working at first, but it's not working like you thought it was. You're what? So what association do you have with your mother-in-law? Well, you need to cut and bind her out of your life too. You need to render insignificant and powerless against you. Anything that you feel that there's happening energetically or power-wise, like I was talking to my roommate about this tonight, is she's like, yeah, I want to leave. I want to move. I'm out of here, kind of thing. And it's like, okay, well, where do you think you're going to run to? You have to render this fucking asshole insignificant. And I'm going to say the same thing to you. When you're talking voodoo, when you're talking magic, if you believe in it and that it's powerful and you believe that it can overtake you and you believe that it has power over you, then it will. But the moment you call your power back and say, no, no more. I'm not allowing this to fucking happen anymore. I'm shit. No. You do not get to dictate my life. You do not, and this is the whole thing about self-worth. And by keeping you all bound up by that and being bound by that and not being able to release it, this is what's keeping them held on to you because of your self-worth. And by keeping you in limbo and not healing, this is how it all works out. This is how it happens. So you literally need to render these motherfuckers insignificant. Call your power back to you. Great Spirit, guides, guards, protectors, angels, ancestors, divine light. I call on you now, as I call my power back to me from anywhere, anyone, anything that you have any hold over me. Any bindings, any connections, any cords that is connecting me to anyone of insignificance to my higher good. Let them be severed. Let any ill will sent my way be automatically transmuted into blessings, prosperity, healing, empowerment. Let all cords be automatically severed, never to be connected again. Let me be forever changed. Let only what is in alignment with me to come into my life, and let everything that is not in alignment with my best, highest be eradicated from my life once and for all. Indefinitely, unapologetically. As I call my power back to me, I also call my abundance back to me. I call my prosperity back to me. I call my healing and my courage back to me. And the love for myself back to me. From anyone that is manipulating me in any sort of way. Let any manipulation be sent back to sender and bound to them indefinitely. The only way out is for them to find love and peace in their heart, and to finally release me once and for all. As above, so below, as within, so without, and so it is. And I don't give a fuck what kind of psychic attacks that she had going on. This is where you say, this is my life, and you will not fuck me any further. And you need to cut those cords, officially. Stop playing stupid games and you'll stop winning stupid prizes. Render their magic insignificant. Render them absolutely powerless in your life. That's how things change for you. I gave you an example, now you have to do that. You can take two chords. You can take two threads, three threads, working as a third party situation, because I know there was a third party in your situation. You were cheating. And this is why you walked away. Am I right or wrong? Yeah. So you take the three chords and you brother. Preferably in a way that you can work with it. So 3 strings rather than 3 threads. You braid them together. This represents the entanglement of me, myself, my other half, and the third party. And as you're doing it, visualize trials and tribulations that you went through in your life and your experience with this person. Okay? You take black wax and drip it over the braid. Okay? Light the candle, drip the black wax over the braid. Put it on parchment paper because it'll help. And you drip the black wax over the whole thing. Okay? You can make it like 6 inches long. You don't have to make it all that long. Just something that you can work with your hands that's not going to be too hard to deal with. And then you take really sharp scissors and you chop that up into small itty bitty little pieces. And you take it and you bury it off your property. You go to a river and you throw it off into the river. You carry it in a cemetery. You can whatever. But separate it. You can bury different parts of if you cut it in 3, you can bury 3 different parts in 3 different parts. So if you're going on a trip somewhere, you can bury one part there. And then you go on a trip somewhere else, in 3 different parts of the city even. Go to the edges of your city and you bury it in one spot, you bury it in another, bury it in another spot. Otherwise, if you don't need the props, you can do the candles and have one go out the door and then bury it off your property. Throw it in the trash. And then keep your candle as a testament and a commitment to yourself and your independence. And every time you look at that candle, know that this is me in my independence. This is me, and this is who I'm going to become. Just throw his in the trash and let it go out with the trash. Right? It's all depending on your symbolization of how you want to go with it. But ultimately, you can just visualize the cord snapping like an elastic. But that's up to you. You need to do the work. And then you pour all the love that you have, pour it into yourself. Once you alchemize all this shit and you start pouring into yourself and you find yourself out of this rebirth, okay? Once you find yourself able to look in the mirror and love you again and be content with yourself, then you know you're in the right track. You're going to start meeting new people and be cordial, be celibate for the next however long it takes for you to get to that point within yourself. and then go out, be social, build up new friendships. But if they try to be all lovey-dovey and romantic, cut it off. Specifically, if you see a rem of your ex in these people. Because if you meet these people and they remind you of your ex, chances are you're not healed yet. And you need to cut them off and say, no. This is about choosing you. You do a little bit more healing, you pour into yourself, and you meet some new people, and you see whether or not there's correspondence there. If it's a new energy, a new frequency that you're sitting in, it'll be a new frequency and a new, you know. But if they remind you of your ex in any way, you need to cut them off. And once you start meeting people that are in a different, higher frequency, you're going to know, because that's going to tell you that you're attracting in these new people and a new frequency, right? And you're going to know that you're healing by the people that you're attracting into your life. But ultimately, I see you alchemizing this. I see you coming out on top. I see you standing in business and standing on business, and I see you calling your power back. You are going to have a new beginning. Things are going to get better. You don't think you're getting the upper. You need to pour into yourself first. Cut out these third parties. Stand on business. Be the fucking main character in your life. Put some boundaries down so that way this shit doesn't happen anymore. And you will have your happy ever after. But no commitments for the next little while. Probably 10 months at least. And you need to start business because your broken heart isn't helping you. It's just keeping you in this bitterness. You are going to meet a couple more people that are toxic as fuck. And this is going to propel forward, even more forward, into your independence. You need to focus on your independence. Yeah, you can have roommates, but keep it platonic. It's really tough out there to be on your own. It's extremely expensive, so I know. But keep it platonic. You're welcome. Hope that, you know, I really hope things work for you a little better. A little better? No. I hope you be ever after. But you have to have your happy ever after within yourself first. You can feel complete within yourself having to need somebody to complete you. You are whole as a person, just yourself. You don't need people to complete you. You don't need people to validate you. You are worthy of loving yourself in the mirror and feeling content in your own skin. You haven't felt that way pretty well almost all your whole fucking life. And so it's very difficult to alchemize that part. Because you've always poured into everybody else's cup and wondered why you were depleted. But you will get to the point where you want to open up again and trust people. Just keep it platonic. And trust me, you will be tested. You will be tested. It's inevitable. But choosing you is the main answer. It is the catalyst to your change. It is the catalyst. And your isolation, it will eventually become solitude. And that's what you're looking for. That's how you know that you're going to be healing. That's how you know that you're alchemizing it correctly. Isolation, it won't feel so lonely. You're going to start loving the fact that you're alone. That you're not having to deal with the stupid ass bullshit. And every time you're feeling lonely, look back at all the fucking bullshit that you had to deal with. And under solitude is a hell of a lot better than dealing with toxic ass people. Exactly. I've in the world that you're going to alchemize this and rise above it. And this is going to empower you beyond measure, Elizabeth. But you have to have faith and you have to have self-worth. And maybe you do give yourself for putting yourself through all this mayhem. It's in your best interest. And ignoring you, by the way. We will chat in a little bit. Anyway, is there anybody else there that wanted a reading? Roxanne, ballot. Michael, you got another ballot. Elizabeth, you got a ballot. J-Lo, you got a ballot. Maureen, you got another ballot. It's definitely in the works. I haven't been playing all that much. Well, it broke you down because you needed it. You needed to have that breakdown. What most people don't realize is that those breakdowns are possible breakthroughs if you allow it. But most people don't, because they start crying and they start having that breakdown and then they try to snap themselves out of it, which prevents the breakthrough. But you need to allow that break you through. But if you're not going to allow the emotions to be released, you're not going to have the breakthrough. And that's where most people go wrong with their healing, because they're not allowing themselves to have any kind of compassion, because they don't feel they're worthy of it. I was thinking of actually a little musical session. I think Sean tapped out. This is why we have tears, because every tear is counted. So if you have a need to cry, it is needed, because not only crying for this particular upset, you're crying for all the upsets you didn't release as well. So this whole idea, well, fuck, I start crying and I just can't stop. Well, probably because you haven't fucking released it. You haven't released a whole bunch of other shit behind it. And you've held it in for so long that you burst, and then you're like, oh my god, I can't handle this. And it's like, no, Spirit's telling you, no, you have to handle it. You have to just cry it out. This is why we cry. This is why we have emotion. It's part of the body's way of release. And the least amount of detriment to yourself or others. And this is why the world is so fucked up in the karmic energy, because everybody's holding on to their grieving and not allowing it to flow and not allowing it to release. And this is why we're in such a fucking karmic mess right now. Thinking, oh, just get over it. Snap out of it. No. Snap right back into it. And feel through it. So, 1:11 a.m. everyone. Yep. Keep telling yourself that, Em. You're only making it hard on yourself. What, the fact that you didn't get closure, Elizabeth? Left you in limbo? The way they treated you was the closure. You just weren't willing to see it at the time. But when you do your your memory regression and you look back in hindsight, you ultimately made the choice to do it to yourself. And when you're trying to get closure for people that you can't even communicate, it's not going to happen. The fact that you can't communicate with them is the issue. So there is no closure. And it's meant to hanging on. So you have to make your closure. You have to render them insignificant. Is that for a question, Michael? Or is that a donation? Thank you so much there, Michael. You're still waiting on a toxicology that you paid for? I'd be a squeaky fucking wheel on that one. 2 years? Yeah. Be the squeaky wheel. Get the grease. It's either that or ask for your fucking money back, because that's bullshit. Probably because they're no longer... Spirit's saying you might have chipped out of your money. Unless there's a department that you can call for that, I don't know. Thank you, Michael. So maybe call the head office. Call the head coroner. Sweet dreams, AOP. So call either the health department in Los Angeles, or call the hospital in Los Angeles and speak to the morgue. And tell them about the numbers that are not in service. You're almost having to go above their head to find out the information. Sweet dreams, Elizabeth. Yeah, I'm gonna get off of here too. I got one more reading to do before I go to... But I would call the hospital, Em. Call the morgue. Call the health department. Call somebody. Even just to ask them, so what do I do? This is the situation I'm dealing with. What do I do? Oh, you're telling me to call that number? I already called. Told me to call this number. What do I do now? Reiterate to them that the numbers that you are being given after you've paid for this report well, then I don't know what to tell you, Em. I got nothing. Sorry. Clearly you don't want to hear what I have to say. Because you're pretty well shooting it all down anyhow, so... That's not my issue. It's out of my hands. As much as I want to show compassion to that, the way you're replying on it, no. I'm not going to accept it. You're just making excuses. And I don't give a shit about the departments. There's somewhere, some sort of number that you can call to get information, even if it's just information. So what the next course of action would be. There's people that know something. That's what I'm mainly saying. I don't misunderstand. I understand exactly what you're saying. Even call the cops. Call the police and say, look, this is the situation that I've dealt with. I've already paid. It's either I want my money back or I need answers. And this is what I mean. Go to the health department. Go above and beyond where you've already gone. And keep going higher. If you have to make a fucking call out to Trump, make Trump and say, dude, what the fuck? You know, Dr. Oz, he'll probably figure it out. Go send him a message on Instagram or something. Reach out to JFK. But be the squeaky wheel. That's my advice for you. Be the squeaky wheel. Continue being the squeaky wheel. Squeak, fucking squeak, fucking squeak, 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 squeak. Squeak until you annoy the fuck out of them until you get answers. Only thing I can tell you. But anyway, people, you guys have a good night. Thank you so much for the journey this evening. Thank you so much for joining me. If you can't be good at it, please be good to yourself. So that way you can be good to others. And I will catch you in the next video.